Hello, my good people. Hi there. Good to see everyone today. Happy Monday to you. I feel like I just saw many of you yesterday because I did. Very rare, very rare, what you call it? Sunday stream. But we had some business to take care of yesterday. And I was happy to hang out with y'all for a couple hours and discuss the main event. The main event coming in just a couple short weeks. So that was good. I do have a quick update on the roster. It doesn't move anybody around, but a few new people have come into the grid because of other people having to not being able to show up on May. So I'll deal with that in a little bit. I've put a little bit of time into Monza already. Excuse me. Just to get a little head start. I like Monza. I know some people hate this track. I like Monza a lot. The chicanes really bother me. It's really tough on me on the chicanes. I like the flowy parts of the track, but not so much the chicanes. So I was getting a little head start on those. Let's see. So yeah, that's the idea. That's what's up. That's what's going on right now. Let's say hi to folks who have said hi already. We got Blank and P1. Good to see you there. Rob, P2. Stay sharp. Appreciate that, man. Arrow, P3 for you. Stefan, 4th place energy. Hey there, Paul. Good to see you, man. Yes. Well, I do plan to give some helpful hints and tips here and there. I have done some already. I have done quite a bit of that already in the video that went live yesterday. So that's in the Discord for you to check out. If you haven't seen that video, I would. It's all divided by chapters, so you probably will find some strats and some ideas of how to handle the combos there. If you haven't seen that yet. So that's a resource you can use. Also in the Discord is all the settings for all the races. And be on the lookout too in the Discord for when people pop in and say, hey, I got a lobby up, come join me. Because the settings are available to everybody there, so people are saving it and such. I am hoping to perhaps practice a little bit tonight with anybody who's available, after we do the dailies and do some lap guides. So I'm gonna try and truncate. The daily races side of things today, in order to get a little bit of time to practice tonight with some of you all. Just want to do Lago, the Group 3 combo at Lago, the short Lago Center. So that would be the plan. The week leading up to the event, I'll see, I might tweak my schedule a little bit in order to make sure we can get a little more practice time in as well. I kind of want to make myself available as well for be on track with people as well and be in some Discord, so I might spend an hour or two in some lobbies. Whether I can do much what was I saying? Even if I can't do much, I do plan to have lobbies up, and I'll probably put them on auto, so they will, like, the qualifier will start every 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. Reasonable hour for you. That's a great question. Let me see. So Dibdob is in the he's in the UK, and he's in this as well. Farouk is somewhere in Europe. So Farouk would be someone to try and hook up with on that side of the continent. Richie is an alternate right now. but he might want to practice and hang out with some people over there. Chaos Druid is a part of the event, and he's over in the UK. Charlie Comet is also in the UK, I believe, and he would be maybe someone to hook up with as well. So you do have a handful of people over there that you could do that with. And so I would really get in the Discord and reach out to them. Their handles are all in the Discord, so that would be my recommendation. Hey there, Doc. Good to see you. I'm in the East Coast. I'm in Maryland, in the USA. I think we got a lot of excited people, which is fun, which is very fun. I guess I gotta leave that the way it is. That's a weird thing going on there. So yeah, I'm about to do the typical Monday thing for a bit. Got to get the lap guides in. Got to do all that. I'm gonna try and truncate that so I can spend maybe an hour and a half practicing Lago with you guys and do that sort of thing. That'd be my idea for tonight. No guarantees though, because sometimes this stuff gets me agitated and I get stubborn. So while I have you here, so I'll just mention just the quick shakeup of the order. That's the wrong button. I don't know why I did that. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Okay, so we have had some folks have to pull out of the event, which we are sad about. I'll just move this here. FAF Craig and DG Jason had to remove themselves from the grid, so that promotes Knight Rider Jim and Jason Duncan into Group B. So both of those guys were in Group B, and I have judged the skill level to be close enough to where I don't think I need to shake up Groups A or B. So that is updated now in this spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet is available to see on the Discord as well. Okay. And feel free, you know, if you guys got questions while I'm doing the normal Monday thing about the event, don't hesitate to ask me tonight. Like and anytime I'm streaming, I'm happy to do a 2K sub celebration chat at any point. Schubert, good to see you. Blank, great to see you guys. Yep, so that's the main update for there. And I guess on the heels of that, I should say as well, you know, I mean, all the shuffling's going to eventually settle down. But, you know, if you wanted to be a part of the event and you just go, I just missed the cutoff, I didn't hear about it early enough, so darn, I missed it. Well, maybe not. You know, we've had a shakeup already, and there might be more shakeups. So if you want to be, you know, an alternate in case someone can't make it, and I really am grateful. I gotta say, I'm really grateful for the guys who, Poly Mazda told me very early, FAF Craig and DG Jason, they told me very early on that they couldn't do it, which is a huge help. It really is a huge help for planning something like this, because now I can let you alternates know, hey, you're in, and you have all this time that you still have to practice and get in on it, right? So that's what's up. I'm really grateful for that. Okay, well, I think that's all I'm gonna say for now. If you guys got questions, want to talk about it, you know, I'm all ears for any of that dialogue. If you want to talk about a specific combo and what the heck's going on with all that, feel free to ask me tonight. Later on in the week, I'm always available on Discord. Well, I'm mostly available on Discord. I'll eventually get to your response. We won't get to your questions on Discord. Meanwhile, I have an Italian track to try and tame with some American muscle. So let's try that on for size, shall we? Oh yeah. SD, good to see you, man. No grip yet. Richie, good to see you, man. How you doing, friend? Richie, I don't know that I got a confirmation from you, but I did put you as an alternate on the list. You are second alternate right now. Yeah, for me, I think most of the time is in these two chicanes. They're really hard for me to nail. That's too narrow. Oh dear, yeah. Asking for a friend. Hey, I will say, I think we in the Lead Pencil Stud Club community, we do appreciate the manly full beards. But you know what? If you want to spread the knowledge of what God gave you, I can't say that, can't say that you're wrong. Look, BL put in an AI image of a beard that put on her. So if that's happening in the beard channel in the Discord, I think anything goes, just about. Oh, Drones, good to see you, friend. Cool. Beecham, good to see you, man. I missed you. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan, you're in Group A with me. I don't know if you saw. Nah, too much throttle there. I don't know how he rockets all out like that. Excited to have this Saturday. We've got Schubert. Schubert's scheduled to be on a Learn with Lead. And then we have LVP to get on a Learn with Lead this Saturday as well. Schubert is pumped, baby. Pumped! I love it. Yeah, we got snow here, Portal, today, and it's cold. Overshot. Is that a chat record? Yeah, it might be. It is tough, my man, it is tough. I mean, part of it is we don't do it as much. The other part is Group 1. Yeah, I would take some Albuquerque right now, I think. There's Farouk. Good to see you, man. Too lazy with the wheel there. '82 in Texas 7. Nice. Grover, good to see you, bud. $65. That feels pretty good. I know you say it's raining, but I would take it, I think. Yeah, he's in Wyoming. There's more people in my county in Maryland than there are in the whole state of Wyoming. Oh, crud, that's a major pen. That wasn't even close. Docks in Wyoming also. Very cool. I didn't know that. Farouk with the 5 gifted. Thank you, you stud. Oh my goodness. Appreciate you, friend. Oh, that was a late turn. Is that right, Sean? All right, sounds good, Farouk. Appreciate you, bud. Quinkin, good to see you, man. Appreciate you hopping in. Oh, crud. That was a totally missed breakpoint. You're not accepting applications, man. ST just wants to keep that beautiful state all to himself. Greedy. Is he from Virginia Beach? Oh no, he is from Maryland. He was an Annapolis boy, right? Is that right? So, yeah, pretty close. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I'm about a half hour or so away from Annapolis. Well, that's if traffic is non-existent, so forget what I said. It's longer than that. Most days, most times. Last. Maybe there is a connection there, BL. There very well could be a connection. Yeah, there's nothing to hit if you do go off the road. Sounds lovely. And do some pit crewing. Laguna race, yeah. Okay, sounds good, Richie. Appreciate you, bud. Denver, not even in the same state. Oh, crud. Horn, great to see you, man. Appreciate you, bud. So far, not so good. I'm following a 48.7. No, a 48.3 is what I'm following. The town is called Bill? Why even bother counting? They are proud. They put up a sign. There you go, Poly Mazda. The duo strikes again. Yeah, buddy. There are only 10 people in this date. Every 3 counts. Okay, you've convinced me. I take back my my remarks. Too fast to that second apex. Blast it all. Time is it? Not quite 7. Okay. Oh, I missed that. Yeah, the ghost you're talking about? Yeah. Crazy. I get on the throttle out of the chicane and I'm just never quite sure what's going to happen until it happens. Phil Niz, what's up, bud? Thank you for the congrats. Wouldn't it be nice if the ghosts gave us Slipstream? PD should be more considerate. Add that feature to the game. Wicked Quick, how's it going, bud? You up to date on all the information here about the event? All is in the Discord. I haven't heard from you much recently. Alan Brown, great to see you, bud. Okay, get yourself up to speed. All the info's over there. Alright, we gotta be able to hook something up here, huh? We're gonna keep going wide to carry more speed until we actually do something. No lap has been worthy of going to the inside yet. Not a 1. Better. Not as good as this maniac that I'm following right now. That was better. Whew. Ah, I just missed it. All right, we will go to the right for this one. No. Too much on the throttle again. Buggers. Okay. One part was good. First part. Middle part wasn't so good. Okay, that's quite a bit better than usual. The car really has to get straight, doesn't it? Ouch. There we're gone. Good to see you, man. League race time. Gotcha, bud. Good luck, man. Good luck. .7 as an optimal. acceptable. Could still be better. Oh, I got more of that sausage than I needed. All right, those are some good right-handers there. Ooh, yeah, that was pretty good. I leaned a lot in the chair for that one. Oh, now that's an exit. That's an exit to talk about. Yep, better, good. Oh, I overcorrected. Ah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, 0.5 is an optimal. My optimal probably would have gone to a 0.4, 0.3 after that. All right, let's try a little more. I think we're starting to see what we're capable of, possibly. Excuse me. It is the stuff of nightmares. It really is where all my time is. There's no doubt about it. Hey there, Charlie. Good to see you, friend. Okay. That was all right. All right, so I think a 0.4 possibly, maybe. I saw one reply. but maybe not the one after that. I'll check it in a second here. I wish all my missing time was in one turn. Okay, I tried something. It didn't work. For a week? Oh, what did you do, Charlie? Well, at least it's only a week. Had a slight disagreement. Slight disagreements get banned on PSN. Charlie, don't you know that? Cannot miss that first apex. Can't do it. It's not good if you do that. Lesson learned, yeah. Did you say pass? Yeah. That was fairly successful. I got dirty tires from that stupid junk. Nuts. 30 burger, hello. Yeah, it's just best to not get into dialogues on PSN chat. That's what I found out. I've never been banned. But what I found out was you're never really going to change someone's mind via PSN. That's what I learned. LVP, LVP, what's up, bud? Our other guest for Saturday showing up today. That's awesome, man. Good to see you. So for those who didn't hear, I mentioned it early in the stream, but Schubert and LVP are the guests for Saturday for Learn with Lead. Excited to have them on. I think both of you stream, if I remember correctly. That's too late. Sorry, Gearbox. Didn't mean it. Not so much lately. I thought that, LVP. I haven't seen you on in quite a while. Okay. See if we can hook this up soon. No, it just grabs you and sucks you in. Hate that gravel. Just gonna start over. That's kind of wild there, LVP. It feels like that shouldn't be the case, huh? That's okay. Tires are cold. And they're racing hards. Don't expect them to hook up like that, turn one. Steven Dixon, how you doing, friend? Great to see you, man. All right, lap guide not too long from now for Monza. We're getting there. Lead Pencil 2017. Not programmed in there, LVP, but good try. Yeah, Lead Pencil 2017. Thank you, BL. These two chicanes, oh my goodness. You got it, bud. You got it. Come on. We can make this work. I know it. Woo! Nice, Wayne. Great to see you. Great to hear. I think you made a comment on that video as well, so it's great to hear, bud. Oh yeah, got a lot of that curb. Sure enough did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Okay. Saved it. Okay, we're hovering at it. We're hovering around it. Let's see. Nuts. That wasn't very good. Steven Sills, good to see you, man. Yeah, not bunnies. Mm-hmm. Come on, you track. Come on, you car. Overshot by a mile. Need to sacrifice speed there. Yep. Good stuff. I thought so, yeah. I thought you mentioned it, so that's good stuff. Could be good to meet you and talk to you on Saturday with everybody. You wouldn't happen to be practicing right now, would you, sir? Couldn't be any worse. Yeah, it's actually really good. So, I mean, I play Rocket League sitting here with my boys and my girls. And I like it a lot. I do find, though, when it comes to sitting places, I feel like I hear a lot of people complain about stiffness and whatnot, and I usually don't get that kind of thing. So I might be a little more pliable than some people. Come on. This can happen. Wow, got a hefty dose of wheel slippage there. Guess I was just a little too anxious to get on the throttle, even after I had it straight. No, wrong way. Rob, good to see you, man. NJ Bugatti, good to see you, bud. Thank you for the congrats, man. Appreciate that. Wow, really? Okay. Appreciate that, Bugatti. Appreciate that very much. Oh. Except when it comes to missing my brake markers completely. All right, let's see where that puts us. That was not a great turn one exit. Ah, I know I could do better. Let me give it one more little sesh. Tires are cold. I can't ask them to do that. And man, goodness gracious, that must be the pits for turn 1 on the rate and in the race. When your tires are just ice and you have everybody around you. Yuck. Doesn't sound like fun to me. But that's just me. Right, I crashed. What an exit! I'm up 9 seconds. It's an incredible exit. Ooh. Rob Cooper, I think we're doing all right, sir. We're doing A-okay. All right, we just need the exit of all exits. Come on. Pretty good. Not the best ever, but pretty good. It can be done, I guess. I'm purposefully not doing it most of the time because I know, like right now, I don't have a lap that's worth it. If you go tight like that, you're actually gonna lose overall top speed. which hurts for going into the chicane. So I'm trying to carry that speed by going wide here and then busting out full throttle like that. And you'll see I'll be up on my time immediately. T-Rex, good to see you, bud. Okay. Oh. Too fast through there, and it stunts my acceleration. Yeah, he knew he had his lap. He knew he had his lap, so he's not worried about top speed because he knows once he crosses the finish line, he's got what he wants. Awful. Just horrific. Alright, I won't take us too much longer here. I promise. Okay, that was good for the tires being cold. We'll take that. I think both are good. I think both are good. The problem with Monza, with hard tires going into that first chicane, that has the makings of a bloodbath. People ghosting in and out of each other because the game decides it's too dangerous, so they ghost things. So I'm not as big of a fan of this one as I think I'll be of San Qua. Thank you for subbing up there, Schmelz. Appreciate you. Did I just shift way too early to 6th? I did. Yeah, exactly, Cooper, exactly. Oh, goodness. I don't know how I missed that so devastatingly. Not good. You need something that will really accelerate well and has good top overall speed. Because there actually aren't that many corners here. Oh, that was pretty good. Wish I could do that at the end of a lap. That was a good one, instead of this poor lap that I just did. I don't think I saw any GTRs in the top 100. I'll tell you that. Alright, don't early shift to 6th. That's better. Why did it do that? I got the weight transfer all wrong. Man, you can see too, I'm braking late, and I'm actually taking over a 10th just in the braking zone alone. Good anti-meta. The Lancer has been good here in the past. I don't know if that's in the top 100 either. 40 Burger, thank you for the 40 likes, friends. What's up, Advocate? Good to see you, man. Alright, we're gonna get to the, yeah, the Genesis of Supra. I mean, there is no... I don't know that there's a dominant meta for this race. Nope, look at that. Understeer right off. Oh, so frustrating. Totally agree. At a Group 1 race here before. That was good times. Smooth! Good to see you, friend. I'm sorry, SD. I'm sorry. Not trying to mock your pain. Check. There's an exit we've been looking for. My goodness. Just gotta hook the rest up, but gotta not think about it. Also. We accept this time. Yeah, it's just FR cars on Race C. They've done that before. They seem to like to do that. Just a couple tenths behind Radion. How about that? Alright. We will take this. We will save that replay. Alright, gonna do a quick pick. Do a quick picture. Let's do that for the thumbnail. I was 350 something when we just looked. The ghost I was following is a 48.3. Let's do this one from Scapes, because there's a really nice shot over, not Parabolica, the other long curve. This is one track that I cannot get the names straight in my head. Oh, it is Parabolica. Okay. Boom. Well, I'm kind of a top 500 or bust type of guy. And I've been spoiling myself. I've been getting a whole lot more top 250s on Mondays. All right. Let's see here. That one's done. Oops. All right, let's get set up for a lap guide. So you did see, perhaps on the thumbnail, we have a an upgrade to the Apex visualizer. Excited about it. However, there is not much there. I've looked at the tracks, and I don't think there is a viable opportunity to actually use this new feature, which I'm pretty sad about. Because this new feature requires back-to-back turns relatively closer together, and they needs to be braking zones, 2 braking zones, and no, this track doesn't have it. So, but I did debut it yesterday on the San Qua lap guide for the racing event, the celebration event. The Apex Visualizer is a lead pencil exclusive. It's created by my son. Is that right, Button? I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That stinks. We invested in a battery backup. Cost $220, but that's a whole lot less than it would take to replace all the things that's plugged into it. All right, let's get over here. Okay. All right, let us talk about Monza. I've chosen the Viper. What you really need as far as a car goes, I think, is something that's really powerful that can pull out of the slow corners. It's where a lot of the time is either gained or lost. Do want to show off the new feature real quick of the Apex Visualizer. So I don't think there's a track that utilizes this yet, but I do want to just show it for a moment, just so you guys see, because it's going to make my job a little bit easier when I can use it. You can see how it's dealing with a couple of curves back to back where you need to be out wide and then come back, be out wide, hit the brakes, and then power on out. And then it'll also take care, because sometimes you need to sacrifice some speed on the exit of the first turn so you don't go too wide, so you have a chance to get back. And so that's back wide on this side. So that's kind of the idea behind this visualizer, which, yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be really helpful in the future. But until then, until we find an instance for that, we're going to be using the handy dandy typical visualizer. Although it did get an upgrade as far as the coloring. I did make an adjustment on the coloring with my son's help. So that's something here. So let's go back to the track for a moment, because I was really just showing off that part right there. But so big braking zone here, and there are many big braking zones, but you're basically braking as you get to the 50. Depending on what you're doing with brake balance, a little bit closer to neutral, at least with the Viper, you can kind of brake as the 50 goes by. And you can gain a lot of time. Really, your objective in the braking zone is to make sure that you have to be max brake in a straight line, because if you were to lift at all, you wouldn't make the corner, right? That's actually how you're going to be fast here on this part. When I'm slow into the first apex from the braking zone, I'm down by a tenth or two, and I can gain that if I actually make this braking zone as fast as possible, decelerate as fast as possible. All right, so what we have here is a nasty chicane, right? This is just some serious nastiness. One of the harshest chicanes in the game. So let's take a look at it on the visualizer here. So as we're coming through, as we talked about, the big braking zone right here, Okay, that's what we're trying to do. Now, of note, what you really are trying to do is get a good late turn in, wide entrance. Must clip this first apex. Don't miss this first apex. So that by clipping we mean putting the two right tires onto the curb. And technically this is actually like this. Yeah, it's awful. Okay. What you're really your objective here is when you get on the throttle right about at this corner, right at the apex here, you need to be able to really move your way to full throttle very quickly without losing the car. Okay, so what we're trying to do then is make sure that, yes, SD, you recognized it, didn't you? That was part of my thinking with that. I was like, I don't have a good visualizer for that sequence of corners. What if we could do it? And that's the one. Yep, bingo. Yeah, so you really have to have the steering straight. If you don't have the steering straight on exit, especially with these powerful Group 3 cars, the back end is likely going to come out. You're going to have to catch it, and it's not going to be fast, okay? So things to watch out for are, number one, going too deep into the braking zone and being out here. Not having to brake hard enough, and you're actually losing time while decelerating. Also the other extreme. And the other thing you got to watch out for is going from apex to apex, okay? Apex to apex. This is not an even chicane. You can see how we got to come... Well, actually, this probably needs to be a little more like this and like that. That's really what we're looking at. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so the second one is tighter than the first one, all right? So you point the car out here first. You don't go apex to apex because then you're going to have to really wait to rotate the car here. So get the car a little wide, basically means middle of the track width. Then turn the car, wait for the car to be straight, as close to straight as you can, and then you work your way up to full throttle. Depending on the car, you'll either exit in first or second. So let's look at the actual track then for that. Okay, so braking in a straight line through here. You're turning right at here, just before the edge of this turf on the left, which is my screen is covering it right now, so it's right here. I'll just back up a little bit. There it is, right there. You see that? Turning just before that. Your right tire should hit here, okay? And then look at this. You have a great reference visually. You see that like hyper green up there, that neon green part of the barrier. Point the middle of the car right to that. Okay, that helps you stay a little bit more to the right. It's just a dab of the throttle or coast, depending on how slow you've taken that previous apex. You're really trying to be under 40 or right 40 max, right under 40, just like that. Let the car turn then. Wait for the car to be straight and like right about here. This is where... If you get the car oriented like this, this is where you begin to apply throttle and work your way up to full throttle, okay? Now the next chicane, another big braking zone once again. However, this one is a little more forgiving. It's not as tight, basically. Let's look for our braking marker here. So the braking marker is past the 150 at the end of this barrier where it's orange right there. That's your braking marker, okay? That's what that looks like there. So let's put the visualizer to work for this chicane then. All right, so this is more 90 to 90. That's what we're looking at here, okay? And we are attempting to cut where we have to. So we're trying to straddle this, put the sausage in between the tires, and then put the sausage in between the tires here. Big braking zone. Again, late braking and having to max brake all the way throughout here is what's key. If you have to lift in order to just sort of make it to the turn-in point, no, it's not. That's backwards. You need to be gauging that braking point so well so that you must be max braking all the way to here just to make the apex, okay? So you might overshoot sometimes when you attempt that, but that's really worth it to work that out. Key about this is, where are we at our slowest? We're at our slowest right here. And because of the way this opens up on this one, there might be a little lift here, but if you are at your slowest right here, you can get on the throttle and very gently get through all of this, very close to full throttle all the way through. Lift where necessary. Don't take unnecessary risks, though, is what I would say. Once again, just like the previous chicane, really easy to go too deep here, and then really easy to miss this apex here, and then you're really having to wait. It costs you a lot of time. Both of these chicanes cost you a lot of time if you take them too slowly. We're talking 3/10, 4/10, half a second if you take it very slowly, okay? And that's crazy with just, you know, 2 back-to-back turns. So on the actual track, braking in a straight line, all the way to mid curb, we'll call it right here, okay? Once you get the car mid curb like this, now you're in second gear, you get the car rotated, aiming to put the right tires over the curb like this. Now you're on the throttle, you might feather the throttle a little bit, but you're aiming to do this right here. You will have to monitor how the car handles the bumps. That's the risk part of this. So, look, if you're not comfortable with that, then don't do it. The risk isn't worth it. If you keep trying this and it just ends up with spin after spin after spin, then no, it's not worth it. You can't keep doing that. Make sure you do what's comfortable here. But I'm just showing you my line and what many people are doing there. Excuse me. Okay. Take a look at the track map up at the top right. You'll see that these two corners, the first one is much tighter than the second one. See that? So let's get to the braking point and talk about that. We're actually going to pass the 50 before we start braking, because we're looking for a late brake, late turn in, and we're gonna brake and trail brake with these tire marks right here. You see them as they peel off from the white line and then merge over to the right. That's what we're looking to do there. So that's your braking marker. So let's look at the first turn on the visualizer. Beyond 90 degrees. And so this is the kind of late turn, late brake, late turn that we're talking about. What you really need to do here is you need to live in 50% brake pressure and below. So as soon as you begin, you hit the brakes, but you really aren't even max braking. You're probably immediately in the 50-60% range, and then you really you decelerate by keeping the miles per hour up. Don't underestimate what the car can do here. There is banking on this corner that helps you. So it's really easy to underestimate. So take a wide line, keep the miles per hour up, get on the throttle mid-corner, and then power out and plan to be putting your left tires onto the curbing there. The really easy thing to do here is to turn in too early and apex too early, which delays being able to straighten the car, which therefore delays being able to put the throttle down. Okay. Now let's look at the second corner in this sequence, which is more open than 90. But it does also require kind of a later apex because you have a long flat out section afterwards. And that's why we're taking this wider line a little bit. So again, quick dab of the brakes. There's not as much banking. So this turn is pretty interesting in that regard. There's not as much banking to help you. The curb on the inside is a bit bumpy, but you do want to clip it. So you're trying to make sure that you get wide enough so you can be on the throttle before mid-corner and power out of that really strong be dangerous on the throttle for this one, okay? That's what we're really looking for. All right, so with both of those kind of in our bag now, let's look at those lines. Coming down to third from fourth, then down to second. You should hear the engine really whine at you. And then you see the edge of this barrier on the right. That's sort of, once I see that in this part right here, this is where I'm starting to be on the throttle. And I definitely want to be full throttle by the time the car passes it on the right there, okay? Your momentum then carries you all the way out here. Next brake marker is before the 50. Okay, this time it's before the 50. It's a quick jab of the brakes from this point, which then gets you to here. And you're really going to follow these tire marks just as you see them down to second, perhaps for some cars. Others you stay in third, and you'll power out in third, clipping this apex, and your momentum will again carry you out here. Excuse me. And that's how we do that, okay? Now, this little section here, quite fun when you get it right. The car can sometimes get a little loose, and that's pretty okay. Actually, you want it kind of loose here so you can get that weight transferred really quick. So we've been dealing with, you know, the last two corners were very much a little bit longer on the steering, like gradually increasing the steering. Here, we don't have the luxury of waiting. We need to transfer that weight very, very, very fast. Okay? Really do. So, so we're looking at the brake marker here, which is this access road right here. Okay? That's what we're looking there. All right? Now, I don't have an exact visualizer for this. I can depict the first two corners, though. So let me do that. At least semi-depict them. Okay. So again, this is a semi-depiction. I don't have a three-corner apex visualizer. But notice how we're attempting to really get a wide entrance to keep the car tighter to the right. Am I doing that right? This is reverse. Hang on. It's like this. That's what we're looking at. So we're keeping it tighter to the left in order to get a nice wide entrance to the right. This is where the section where you'll be feathering the throttle, making sure that you actually don't go wide like this. You see how wide this ends up going? So you actually need to feather the throttle through here so that you end up like not really any farther than mid-track as far as the width is concerned. Okay? So not a perfect depiction, but that gives you an idea of how that entrance should look. Now let's go ahead and look on the actual track then. So braking in a straight line all the way from there, we're gonna turn after the 50. Really, really important to get your left tires up onto this corner here. Okay. Third or fourth gear for some cars. Now is when you're really trying, you're carrying good speed, but you're not planted on the throttle because the disastrous result is if when you're right here, you're actually half a car width or maybe a full car width over to the left from this point. That means you're going to have to lift tremendously in order to get through this corner and not go too wide, because at this point right here on the track, this is where you need to be full throttle. Okay? Full throttle here. Killing that apex. Out you go like that. Okay. Right, here we are. Final corner. Now I want you to take a look at the track map again. So what happens here is it is a 180-degree turn, but the tightness of the radius is early, and then the turn opens up, right? So there's that makes for an interesting entrance, which is why maybe this trips people up sometimes. So let's take a look on the visualizer of what this entrance kind of looks like. I'm going to go ahead and depict it like this because I don't have a gradual opening radius here, right? So what you're really trying to do is big braking zone, a heavy braking zone, but really get the car tightened here. Okay, get it tightened early. That's going to require downshifting early and brake pressure around the 50% range, and then lower as you trail brake all the way to the apex. Now we'll get to an acceleration marker that should really help us as well. But that's what we're looking for there, okay? Then we get on the throttle. It's kind of mid-corner. We'll talk about it. And then we power out. Now, a couple things. Let's look at the actual track for a moment. So, if you know you're on, and you saw this while I was practicing, I even made mention of it. Oh, sorry, your brake marker, I should have mentioned that, and I didn't. Brake marker is just as you pass the 100. Okay? That's where that is. You might be able to push it a little bit past this, but not too much. Okay? So, if you know that you're on a lap of all laps, then you do need to tighten to this inside corner. Okay, if you know that you're not on a good lap, you're not going to beat your time, then go ahead and instead of the tight line, go ahead and take a line that's kind of like this, and then coming back, and then getting on the throttle right here. And you'll carry really good speed that you can take to the next corner. I guarantee it, and it'll help a lot, okay? But let's say you're on that lap of all laps, okay? Then that line, okay, is going to be down to third, down to second, still on the brakes all the way through here. And this post right here, okay? Once you pass this post on the right, that's your window of acceleration. You're not necessarily full acceleration yet. Some cars you'll be in third, some cars you want to go all the way up to fourth. Okay? But you're on your way to full throttle. By this second pole right here on the right, this is when you're definitely on full throttle, okay? If you're on the lap and you're trying to do a good job, then go ahead and don't go all the way wide. Monitor how much the front wheels are squealing at you. Try not to scrub too much speed as you keep it nice and tight and grab your time like that. Now, if you're towards the front of the grid, you're actually going to carry a good amount of speed. So your brake marker is going to be back, but not too much. You're going to be looking, instead of for the 150, you're going to be looking for the 100. And I believe if you're, top 5 on the grid, you'll want to use the 100 and you'll want to max brake. But listen, let's talk about the reality of this track, turn 1. Number 1, racing hard tires going into one of the tightest chicanes in the game. Number 2, you're going to have people all around you, right? So while this might be the marker for you to use, you might have to brake earlier, depending on how things are happening in front of you. Don't brake too much earlier, though, because someone might plow into the back of you. This combination is a tough one for me to get involved in, honestly, because it's going to be a rough time, turn 1. And even if you make it and don't die in turn 1, you're going to have cold, racing hard tires, and there's going to be a lot of spins on exit of this as well. All right, so keep those things in mind if you're going to race this week. All right, so that is your lap guide, cornering guide, and turn 1, lap 1 guide for Monza. All right, let's hop out of here, and we'll head over to the next race. All right, let's see what I missed here. There's Nando. Yep, good to see you, sir. Sorry, I missed the questions there, Rob. I really try to limit the amount of editing that I have to do for these. So I kind of get locked in a little bit. That's right, Rob. Yes. Late entry for a lap that you know is not going to beat your time. But if you know you have a chance to beat your time, then go ahead and keep it tight. Don't go wide. Keep it tight the whole way. And you'll be gaining time that way. Ah, you missed it, Chris? All right. Well, you know when to find it tomorrow. Awesome. LVP's description of turn 1 is fantastic. I don't know how to pronounce all of that, but it's something like, in real life, turn 1 is crazy. In GT7, it's like... Oh, appreciate that, LVP. All business. Okay. So in case you missed the memo, only FR cars are allowed for Race C. We're going to try the Supra. As last time I looked, we'll double check, but yeah, this one's dominant. Domination. There is an M4. I'm curious about the M4. F-Type. M4. Interesting. M4. Sylvia, okay. Wow. Wild. All right, we're going to try the Supra, since it seems to be the go-to for the most part. Let me make sure I got mediums on. I do. Okay. I'm excited about this combo, honestly, because I feel like we don't get this kind of combo very often. I do feel like the track is very wide and very long for Group 4. So if you end up by yourself, I think you're going to be pretty lonely. If you get my meaning. But, yeah. I feel you there, Nando, but if you watch me long enough, you know I'm pretty much going either with what I'm comfortable with or what the meta is. Because I only have so much time in the week. Plus, the Supra's pretty cool. Plus, I have a Star Wars livery on it. So, yeah. Yeah, long laps, right? Vantage is okay. But when I see this kind of dominance, and I'm going for a very good time, you know, top 500, top 250 time in the world, I'm going to go with what most people are using. For show. I liked it. I remember way back when it was the meta for Road Atlanta. That was a lot of fun. If I were to go for an ult, though, I might try that M4, honestly. That's intriguing to me. Oh. Oh, that's fun. That's a wild ride right there. Lighter in the rear. Yeah, yeah. Oof, that was actually pretty good. All right, little king to the right now. Rethinking your choice of track or car? Which one is it, LVP? But these long 90-degree turns, oh man, they are fun, dude. No, SD, you'll have to go back. There's this awesome function. Old people like me used to call it rewind. Could have got on throttle sooner there. Okay. Watkins. Oh no. I'm not seeing that quite right yet. I think I clipped it. 22.6 in the Sylvia. Nice, howdy. Nope, that's a big hit. Okay. Yeah, and I would say that the Supra is playful enough. So, I mean, if you don't like a loose car, then the Supra is not going to be very fun. But if you like a slightly loose car, especially in Group 4, honestly, if you're someone who struggles with Group 3, because of the power oversteer, this is kind of good training wheels for you. Oh, I missed it. Bam. Already pushing too much. Nice, howdy. Do it. Do it. I saw Digit earlier was trying different cars, which is cool. I bet Greasy will try some different cars here tomorrow. That'll be fun. Appreciate all of you coming today and hanging out with me. Oh no. That was poorly done. Our temp's kind of high already. Not terrible. Alright, what am I doing here? Yeah, I need to turn just as I get to that. B-Nut, great to see you, bud. Broke a little late. Oh, I missed the turn in again. It's hard to spot. Gotta figure that out. Me, well, as much as I can, I'll do this one. I do plan to practice a lot for our event as well on the 14th. Which, if I can swing it, I'd like to try and get some of that in today. Okay, look for that. Look for it. Turn. Oh no. Don't ride the curb, it's not gonna work. Garage Works, good to see you, man. Oh, I'm glad you like those ideas there, B-Nut. I know the message is coming on Stream Elements right now, actually it's coming up, but we do have, you know, alternates. If some people can't make it, we'd love to have people waiting in the wings to join that event. We've already had 3 people that were alternates end up being now in the starting grid because of that. Alright, let's not miss these turn-in points here, and things should go a little better. Right, it's that patch right there. Oh dear. That time I turned too early. Alright. Dumb. Very, very bad. Very bad. I don't know, Rob. They're doing their thing. I don't pay attention to Race A almost ever. There, that's the proper width on exit there. Much better. Yeah, okay. Except I hit the wall, when I really shouldn't have. Overcooked the braking zone just a little bit. All right. here we go. We're gonna clip this. We're gonna look for the patch, turn. The undulation of the track is magnificent, but it makes it really difficult. That's fun. Well, that's about as bad as you can take that corner and still stay on the track. .221 coming. Yeah, I got my eyes set on 220s if I can do it. Don't know if I can do it tonight, though. We'll see. And just a reminder for anyone watching, we do live lap guides, so once I get a time that I'm satisfied with... How's that for some rotation? Yeah, I think I would take a 0.8. Gotta not mess up turn 1 for crying out loud. There we go. Already 3/10 up. Get back! Okay. I almost died. Pretty early on the throttle, but we made it. Okay. Yeah, there's a really good flow. I really like how the Supra feels. Feels really nice. Okay, big improvement though. Oh yeah. Okay, Garage. Sounds good, bud. Go do it. I usually save my best lap too, so if you want to follow that later on after I save it, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm not done though. I think we got more. I think we got more here for sure. Gotta turn in sooner there. There we go. Not so great there. Pretty okay there. Got time to get a drink. Here we go. Hold and believe. Oh, yes. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Boom, a 20.8. Okay. So let's just take a gander. Where does that set us? It's gotta be okay. Alright. Oh yeah, that is pretty good. Triple twos. You did, Rob. You definitely did. What time is it? I'm gonna call that good. I'm gonna call that good. If I want to work on it some more, I'll work on it some more later. Maybe Thursday is the plan for the next stream. So I might work on it then some. Let me save that replay. And share it for anyone who wants to follow. Oops. Rob called it. That was amazing. I don't know. I saw Digit put up a 0.4. So now he was doing different cars, but maybe a 0.4. I don't know about no 0.3. Looking at, well, player put up what have my friends done? That's always a good barometer. So there, Rowicki is alien, so we don't even count that time. We just sort of worry about that. But everyone else is in the Supra. So just better than Mortician, Cyrus, Nikki, Plaka. Paul's usually fast. Okay, I mean, that's not bad. These are the people I'm normally behind on the time on my list here. I mean, Nikki sometimes gets me. Plaka sometimes gets me. Usually gets me, I should say. Let me grab a photo for the thumbnail, and then we'll do a lap guide for this good old track, okay? Give me a moment while I get a little business done. And then we do some live lap guides. We talk about how we just did that. Oh, I need to get rid of a couple of these from last week. That's from last week. All right, let's try and get the bridge. Let's get a picture on the bridge, or with the bridge in the background. Yeah, race pace and consistency would be the next thing. You're absolutely right. Oops, went too far. Ooh, look at that. Dig in. It's such a good line. Such a good look. That's cool. By the way, here's the Empire side of my my Star Wars livery. And here's the Rebels / Resistance side. Right. And then there's a mixture of everything. Anyway. Yeah, that sounds about right. What did I want to do? No. That's not it. Yeah, I need to change this. Give me 1 second. That part's done. Now, I like to have the bridge in the background, I think. I want to do it. Okay. Hey there, Ace. Good to see you, man. You are all up to date on our 14th event, correct? You know you're on the grid, and you see on the Discord there all the information, making sure everybody's seeing everything. Because there is info. And if you don't know about the info, no, nothing's changed. A couple people hopped out. You're in Group B. There's Group A and Group B. By the way, some people have been thinking that Group A is like the faster guys and Group B is the slower guys. That's not it at all. It's just a division. I've actually tried to keep the balance of power as far as who the strengths from everybody. But yeah. So just if you're in B, that does not mean I think you're slow. I just needed 2 grids, so fantastic. Yeah, so unfortunately, FAF Craig and DG Jason are not going to be able to participate this time around. But that means that 2 of our alternates were able to hop in now. So Jason, Duncan, and Knight Rider Jim are able to be a part of it. So we're happy for them at least. Funny that I just did a lap guide here for the event for everybody. And I gotta do another lap guide, although our event is the longest version of the track at a, what's it, it's called Layout C, I think. We're gonna be doing Layout C. This is Layout B. You heard Steven. Steven wants those burgers. Yeah, you've got Dibdob on your side, Stefan Lebuc on your side. Yeah, some fast boys. I gotta deal with Le Mans on my side. That guy is quick. Saragon on my side, also quick boy now. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I've wondered about how we could, I don't know, so because many of you know these people, right? And so I've wondered if there's some way. I mean, could we do kind of like a fantasy football, but fantasy racing? I don't know how we would do it exactly, but I know we have people we're rooting for, and I think that's pretty cool that we're doing that. Anyway, let's get on the lap guide here. So, you know, a lot of standard radii in this one here, and kind of makes my job a little bit easier. So here we go. We're going to talk about turn 1. This is your braking area, and so I like to brake just past the 100. So it kind of looks like that from there. With the visualizer, what we're seeing here is a 90-degree turn. And as is typical, you know, we often think of a 90-degree turn as apex is in the middle of the corner right here. But we kind of don't want to do that. We want to be able to transfer the weight very firmly before we get to the apex so that the outer tires maintain lots of good grip, right? And that means getting more rotation, more turning done before the apex. We want to get, you see how you know, the colors on the visualizer have been upgraded a little bit. So you see how we got full red for max brake, then we transition to orange, to yellow, fade off to like in between yellow and green, and then out we go. So we're really trying to get on the throttle mid-corner at the latest. And in some cases, we're able to get on the throttle even earlier than that. But in this case, you know, we're trying to get it like right about mid-corner, maybe just a tad before. And you'll see in a moment how we're trying also to get the right tires over the white line. That's actually the fastest way to get going there. But if you narrow this, here's the problem, right? If you narrow this entrance and try to get in the throttle mid-corner, what's going to happen? You're going to end up wide over here. You're going to end up putting at least 2 wheels on the grass, if not going off entirely. And we all know the grass is not fast, right? Okay, so that's how that looks there. Let's look on the actual track. Find our turn-in marker here. So we're going to be turning in as we pass the 50. This is your wide radius coming in. And then trying to get on the throttle right around here. Maybe not full throttle, but close. Okay? Your momentum then, your momentum carries you out wide, but no wider than that green, and then you can get back on. Now, I thought about this a little bit. There are some, you know, these cars are a lot slower. They're not carrying as much speed as a lot of times we got group 1s, group 2s in this track, group 3s even to some degree. And so you're using a lot of the width of the track. Sometimes, though, you're not using the width of the track. And this is one of those occasions. So we actually just have a little kink coming up. This isn't a full turn. So if we stay to the left here, we're actually going to be, we're not really doing the best we can. So you even see how the driving pin on the left there, it's showing you that the car should be over there. Well, that's for a higher speed, perhaps even higher downforce car. But with the Group 4s, just point to this, because the objective for the next corner is to try and stay to the right, which the car will do even with that straighter entrance to here, okay? Now, brake marker for here is just as you pass the 100. Okay, that's what that looks like there. Just as you pass the 100. This is a bit of a tighter turn with a couple of bumps along the way. And so it's a little bit slower than the previous corner, but it is also a 90-degree corner. And instead of this line here, we're going to look at it as a little bit tighter. We're going to look at it a little bit tighter so that we can straighten that exit a little bit more. So you see how that difference there? Go ahead and zoom in a little bit. Okay, that's that difference there. And then, so getting all this rotation done, there's some bumps here, and that's why you're looking for a straighter exit, because if you hit those bumps and you're having to rotate the tires a lot, rotate the wheel a lot to try and make the corner, the back end's going to come out on these FR cars, so you want to watch out for that, okay? Alright, so what that looks like on the actual track. Coming through here, braking from this point straight. As you pass the 50, now you begin to turn in. You can stay in third, maybe a little bit of second, especially if you're on the colder tire, if you're on the harder tire, harder compound when in race. A little dab down to second is probably really helpful. But you might still exit in third. Flip that apex, then your momentum carries you out here. And out you go. Alright, so keep it to the left until you end up to this spot right here. And I don't have a great visualizer for this one. This little sequence here until we get to the last corner. But basically from this turn-in point coming up, so you're flat all the way to here, okay? All the way to here. From this point to all the way in the distance there, the right turn that gets you onto the road to the bridge. This is a deceleration area. So you need to, the way to do this correctly is to orient your car properly. This is super important to have your car on the proper racing line. It all starts with here. I think even on my fastest lap that I put up, I messed up this part because I keep turning in later. So I keep trying to turn when the curb starts. I think you need to turn before that. You need to start turning right at this moment right here. Okay, then what that does is it helps tighten you to this first apex. And you want to be no wider than right here, okay? This is how you want to be. You don't want to be any more over to the left than this. Now, brake marker is, for me, it's just as I pass the curb on the right. But in case you're using this view, you can use the marshals on the right-hand side as a guide for that. Now, what you're going to do here is you're going to dab the brakes, 75, 50% pressure, and turn the wheel quickly to the left. If you're really fast, you're going to get some rotation, especially if you got brake balance all the way to the rear. The back end is going to come out, and you want that because you need to not go too much to the right. That's what's going to be really easy to do, is end up over to the right side. Even middle of the track here is deadly as far as being able to take the next corner properly. Then you're on the throttle for a bit, then you're on the brakes again as you get to this patch right here. Okay, now we'll stop here and use the visualizer for the next part. Again, this track at this part has a bump that can really unsettle the car. It's not as bad in the the Group 4 cars as some of the more powerful cars, but still, this is a bad one. So once again, we're not going to take a narrower line like this. We're gonna still widen that and try and straighten that exit some. By the time you get here, your steering wheel needs to be basically straight, nearly straight. By the time you're here, it needs to be pretty straight, even not as straight as up here, but still needs to be. You need to be straightening in this area because this is where the bump is. Really easy to go too deep and too wide and miss this apex, so watch out for that. Okay. Now on the actual track, what that looks like, coming through here, down to maybe down to second for some cars. I think with a Supra, you stay in third, and you're on the throttle no later than this part right here. Even going slow, you're going to see the bumps here that the car has to go over. Right there, there it is. Your momentum should carry you out here. And you need to orient the car. You need your steering needs to be straight enough, or close to straight enough, that you end up over here. But you will have enough time to get back. And back onto the pavement, okay? Okay, let's get to the next turn here. Kind of a tough brake marker for this one. I'm actually using a Marshall. It's in between the 150 and the 100. Here's my Marshall right there. I'm not sure if the Marshall is there in race. He's a handsome guy. But if not the Marshall, then you could use this this concrete section where the bridge is anchored to. So that's an equally good brake marker, I think. All right, now for the visualizer on this one, it's a bit of a longer sweeping corner that requires some patience. It's uphill as you go over this part here. Again, we're just trying to widen that entrance. Make sure the easiest thing to do here that hinders speed is you end up apexing too early, and that makes you have to wait to get on the throttle. Even waiting to get on the throttle out here is way too late. And that's really, you know, with a wide track like this one, with slower cars, as far as race cars are concerned, they're slower. Carrying momentum through the corners is absolutely necessary. And if you're not doing that, if you're not able to carry the speed through the apex, and by that I do mean getting on the throttle habitually, either at the apex or before, never after, and never lifting after you pass an apex, right? That's what's critical to keeping the speed up. So that's what we're really aiming to do. That's always the case, right? It's always the case. But when you're in a slower car or a car with less horsepower, like the Group 4s, they just punish you a little bit more for not carrying the speed. Because if I go through the apex, say at 60 versus 55, if I'm going through there 55, that's a whole lot of speed that I got to try and make up. And it's not going to. It's really not going to do it, right? All right, let's look at the actual track then. For this one, braking in a straight line through here. If you want, you can get the right tires just a little bit wider. It helps you with this. You're not going all the way. You don't have really time to go all the way over there, but you're turning just before the end of the curb right there. And then you're on the throttle mid-corner right here. And you accelerate through the apex. That's how you really know you've nailed it, is when you hit the corner, you actually still tighten to the inside of the corner. All right, this one of the trickier corners in this part. I'm gonna put it right here for now, but this isn't where we begin braking. Okay, so we're actually gonna begin braking quite a bit later. But this is where you see that patch in the that large darker patch of the pavement. That's what you're looking for. It's where you want to put your eyes, over there. Let's look at the visualizer very quickly for this one. Long sweeping corner. Beyond 90. And this is really a great look at the line that we're trying to achieve here. So we're decelerating as quickly as possible. So we're carrying speed. In other words, we want to be at our slowest right about here. We do not want to be at our slowest in this area, which is what's really easy to happen, okay? So if you're, let's say, I don't know the minimum speeds here, but let's just say minimum speed, you hit minimum speed here, which is 70 miles an hour. Well, you can't accelerate from this point because you're not going to make it, you're going to smash into the wall. Or you're going to have to lift so dramatically that you kill all your exit speed. So instead of that, you need to be at 70 miles per hour right here. Okay, again, making up these numbers. So instead of decelerating to 70 here, you need to decelerate to 70 here. Then you can get on the throttle, and then you can power out and not have to lift. Okay, that's what we mean by getting too slow too soon. So let's look at that on the track, and we'll give you some visuals to help you out on this track as well. So you begin to let off the throttle from this point right here. And then once you get to the edge of this dark patch on the concrete, this is when you begin to apply little bits of braking, 50% and lower, as you then tighten the corner. Now you're looking for I'm gonna go forward so you can see it, and I'm gonna back up. You see that orange part in the barrier in the distance? You're looking for that, but you're looking for that before you actually can see it clearly. You're looking for it right here, basically. This is where you apply the throttle. And if you're brave, you apply it fully. You apply it fully, you actually tighten to the apex, and you still make the corner without hitting the wall. Okay? Alright, a few more portions here that we got to go over. Long track. For this part, just make sure you're not over-rotating the steering. Keep it nice and smooth. You don't want to scrub speed simply by making the front tires skid. Brake marker here is just past the 150. Okay, so you're looking at right here as that brake area for reference. And let's look at the visualizer for this turn. This is a bit tighter than what we were just talking about, and it's not quite as sharp. It's just beyond 90. So we're trying to decelerate through this rather heavy braking zone, and we're trying to get on the throttle at our slowest point, which is right here mid-corner, and we accelerate through that and clip the apex. Really easy to overshoot if you're trying to brake too late. It's really not going to be fast if you're braking too late. It's also really easy to turn in too soon. Very easy to turn in too soon and apex too early, which is going to make you have to wait to get on the throttle out in this vicinity here. So definitely try to avoid those things. So this line then comes all the way through this way. You turn with the 50. Okay, you see the 50 right above me. You turn in with the 50. You're trail braking all the way through here. With the Supra, you should be on the throttle right now, and you should be up to third gear. This is another part of the track where if you had a very high-powered vehicle, you would end up all the way to the right. But in this case, you're not going to do that. You're actually just going to stay mid-corner. Let's talk about how we take this part fast. So you keep it nice and tight to the left through here. You're looking for this patch right here. This patch in the pavement, darker patch. This is your turn-in point for the next apex. And by turn-in point, I don't mean a gradual turn to the right. I mean a quick turn to the right. Get that weight transferred really quickly, okay? By doing that, your right tire should come all the way over here. And then, once you get to the top of this hill, which I've been using this shadow as kind of that reference. The top of this crest, really not a hill, but a crest. Now you yank it over to the left, but it feels like, look, it feels like you can take it flat. It feels like it, but you really can't. As you come down here, you need to begin lifting, making sure that you clip this apex here. The car is going to bounce a bit, and that's why if you're full throttle, that bouncing will actually kick the car out wide, and you're not going to make the exit. So make sure that you do that. If you're lifting, then you're going to clip this second apex. You know that you've nailed it then. Yeah, you might go pretty wide. You might even dip a couple wheels on the grass, but you're really trying to avoid that wall over there. That's most important. All right, for final turn, we're looking at, again, braking right in between the 100 and the 50 board. And this turn is a lot like turn 1, actually. 90-degree turn. Turn 1, just to give you a reference, is more like this, but this final turn is going to be a little bit more like this, okay? A little more sweeping, carrying good speed. You're going to come through again in fourth with the Supra, and you're going to take it quick brake zone. You're going to hit it pretty hard, though. You're going to trail brake all the way through here and aim to get on the throttle very early and fully. No lifting after the apex. If you're lifting after the apex, you're probably turning in too soon and apexing too soon. Okay, so watch out for that as you practice this corner. And then as we come through here, we turn with the 50 board into fourth. We clobber this apex. Momentum carries us out here. And out we go. Turn 1 of lap 1 if you're towards the front. You should probably be in the vicinity. So your typical brake marker is right after the 100, right? So it's not going to be too much of a you're gonna carry some decent speed. So I want you to brake not fully, but brake gently right at the 50. Really make sure you turn in later. You don't really have to worry about someone diving on you. If you've ended up braking too hard, then someone will dive on you, and they might even not even mean to. It might be to avoid it, right? So watch out for that. And then as long as you have that wider entrance, you should be able to maintain really good speed through here and also avoid getting hit, which can happen, right? No pit guide necessary because it's a pretty standard pit entrance. So that's your lap guide and your turn 1, lap 1 guide for people who start towards the front of the grid at Saint Croix. Sweet! We did it! Okay. Fun stuff. Oh, Mortician just beat me. Okay, so I think I'm going to save some racing at Saint Croix for a different day. Who wants to practice Lagos? Anybody want to practice Lagos with me? Thank you for the 50 likes today. Appreciate that all. Yeah, Jason's in. All right, see you, SD. 54A with the NSX at Monza. Okay. No, Trent. It's you need to get on the Discord, man. No, it's the 14th, bud. 14th. Up for whatever. All right, I'm gonna put it up. I see I see someone is it doesn't look like anyone else has one up right now, right? All right. Let me bring up Lago Major rather. Next stream, the plan is to be on Thursday. So I'll do this with you guys for a bit. I think I'm gonna see about putting it on auto. What I'm gonna check out at probably about 10:30, and then begin editing my the lap guide video. But I'll leave it up for you all as well. Let's have some fun practicing. I like it. Okay. Private. Just want to make sure I got this thing proper here. Uh-huh. Huh. Uh-huh. Correct. 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 Yes. Indeed. Okay. Hey there, Slip. Good to see you. And even if you're not a part of the event, but you want to play, hang out with us today, do it, please. Room ID is B A F 2 J W B K F 2 J W. Oops. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. All right, I'm gonna wait till some folks come in, and then I'm gonna put the auto on, so it's just going to, give you a certain amount of time to warm up, then practice, and so forth. But I'll wait for some folks to get in first. Oh, did it not come up? Sorry. I just put it in the Discord. And I didn't put it here. Haha. There you are. Yep, just go to the multiplayer and plug in that room ID and you will find us. So Lago is just group 3. Nice, Steven. Sweet. Just saw you say that you're getting the, setting up the new rig. Make sure you got softs and mediums. I got everything here, yeah. I'm going to try a variety of cars, I think. Oh, Slip, what do I use to get my tire temperature? I use the SimHub app. The SimHub app? I believe it is, yeah. Mike number 5, I think you came in earlier and I missed you, bud. Good to see you, friend. Again, anyone's welcome to join, even if you're not a part of the event. Anyone can come in. But if you are part of the event, you probably want to get some practice in. You're at 53.9, okay. Oh yeah, I'll wait till we get, 4 or 5 people in at least. What cars are good, you think? So, oh, just saw that, Ryan. Sorry. So you want to have a car that's decent on the tires. There are a few strats. So racing mediums and racing softs are available. You could do a racing medium one stopper. I'm sorry. You could do a racing medium no stopper. You could do a racing medium to racing soft one stopper. You could do a racing soft to racing soft one stopper. You could do the almighty racing soft no stopper. All are possible. One might be the fastest if you can pull it off. Hey there, Ace. How's it going, man? Oh, yeah. Mike number 5 in the house. I see you, boy. Pretty good. Pretty good, sir. Yep, exactly, Rob. Exactly. Oh, needed first gear there, you dummy. Oh, sorry. I got the wrong screen up. There we go. Okay, I think we'll just wait for Ace to hop in. Once Ace gets here, then we'll let her rip. Oh, yes. That was quick. The laps go by fast here. Brian's in. Good to have you here, bud. There's Ace. Hey there, Nando. What's up? What are the perimeters? You got to just Group 3, any Group 3 car. Racing mediums, racing softs, 15 laps. There'll be a qualifier as well to set the grid order. Very cool. All right, 7 folks in. Fantastic. I am going to start the timer. So this will interrupt. Your practice. I apologize. But now, just everyone enter in and the countdown will begin. Right, I got to deal with Yoast in in Group A as well. For crying out loud. Good little group for a tiny track. It'll be all right. I feel like things will be a little crowded. On the actual race. Could be interesting. No mandatory stop. So if you can push the tires long, then that's going to work out pretty well. Grass! LG, how's it going, bud? What you doing right now? You want to hop in to get some practice in? We got a practice lobby up. I have it set to auto though, so it's just going. Right now there's 2.5 minutes until the next race starts. Well, 2.5 minutes until the qualifier starts, I should say. Just scouting. Good enough. I like it. Came in a little hot that time. Parameters. Not perimeters, parameters. All right, 1 minute to quali. Tomorrow is another day. That's a good time, though. That's a good optimal, at least. All right. Let's see how this works. Viking Racer, how you doing, friend? Just remind everyone, make sure you give everyone space for the qualifier. You just got done streaming, very nice. There it goes. That should be good. Yep. Yeah, but it's a practice lobby for the 2K sub special event, but anybody's welcome. Anybody who wants to join can join. No, it's just practicing. We're just practicing, Mazda. Just practicing we're practicing round 1 is what it is. Round 1 practice. Last sausage cooked you. You're supposed to cook the sausage. Nando, you got it all backwards. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yep, room ID. That's the room ID. Thank you, BL. Very nice. That's the room ID, so you could hop in now. This race will be done in about 10 minutes or so. 10, 11 minutes. 12 minutes. Yeah. The 4C is apropos. Do I have what I need here? I do. Maybe the WRX was a wild choice, Mike number 5 says in chat. Okay, here we go. Lots of Porsches. Man, those Porsches are loud. Ace, man, Ace has got pace. I haven't raced against Ace in a long time. Very easy to overshoot that corner. Gotta watch it. Gets me on the brakes there, that's for sure. Seemed to out-accelerate him on that corner, though. Oh, I forgot to put the gloves on. Ooh, that's a miss. Missed that apex, big time. Ooh, interesting line. I don't know if the Viper would take that line and make the corner. Yeah, rewind for some lap guides. You're right, drones. Or wait till tomorrow when the video gets released. I got no tire left. I got one little sliver of tire left. You don't want to turn. There we go. We did it. We made it. Barely. Nice race there, Ace. Heck of a win, dude. Yeah, for all of these lobbies, the weather is going to be random. There's not a chance for rain in any of them, but yeah. By the way, that's Ace's alt account. He is not a B-rated driver. Yeah, I'm gonna be saving that replay to see how Ace managed that. How Ace managed those tires there. All right, that's a little under 5 minutes for the next race. So anyone else who wants to hop in, come on over. Right? No, Ace is a quick boy. Okay. What should we do? Try this car. I mean, here you can choose whatever car you want there, Mr. Yost. Ooh, wow. That thing really tucks in nicely there. Yeah, I can get on the throttle way earlier there. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, the start's on auto, so it's just going to keep going. So if you have to sit this one out, that's okay. You can stay in the lobby and catch the next one. Nice win, bud. Son of a wicked, good to see you, man. No, first. I'm gonna have the lobby open till about midnight. I'm gonna sign off the stream before then. Okie dokie. Here we go. Heck of a race, indeed. Yeah, you took advantage of my my mistake, though. Grabbed onto it. Ghost Metal, how's it going, man? You got a chance to hop in to do some practice at Lago? Sweet. Yeah, I just have the I have the race on auto, so it's auto generating the qualifying and the race. So even when I'm not able to race here in a little bit, it'll still be going for you guys. Steven, nice time, bud. Hot diggity dog. I think I run out of time. Yep. Still pretty fast with this car. Let's see how it does on the see how it does on the tires. Just as a reminder for everyone, the rules of the race. So, mediums and softs are available, but you do not have to pit. LVP says it's a 60 burger. Yes! Thank you for the 60 likes, everyone. Appreciate you all. Steven Sills beat my time. Way to go, Steve. Hot dog. In the Ford GT? No kidding. One of the best looking Group 3 cars by far. Don't lose it, Steven. Yeah, that's a tough car to handle. That wasn't very fast. I think we're all trying different cars though too. Like I certainly haven't made my final choice yet. Yeah, that's the Ford GT for you. Darren, thanks for subscribing, bud. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Steven. Man. Apologies, bud. Oh, we're all on the grass now. Okay. Maybe he doesn't like that wall. Ah! Too much pushy pushy! Not enough squishy squishy. I don't even know what that means. That wall was looking shady for sure. Smoke, you're absolutely right. It needed to get hit. Yeah, so LG, I did want to talk about that on the video, and I forgot to do it. So I'll have to make a statement later on. But there are no stewards for this race. These races. Most of us know each other, so I feel like we can police ourselves. If someone makes a mistake, they're gonna have to wait up. If someone hits someone off, they're gonna have to wait up, and that's part of what the last chance qualifier is about as well. So let's say something really goes wrong in one of these first 2 rounds for somebody who's really, you know, got the pace and really has a chance. Well, that's what the last chance qualifier is for. Boss lady could, but but we don't. So we don't have time to look at replays and footage and all of that in real time and make decisions. So I mean, collision penalties will be on. A Group 3 tank. Hulk smash. Okay, sounds good, Ghost Metal. That's an Apex mixed. You, all I know is BL, you know, you love all of us. That's it, Smoke. That is it. I think so, and I mean, all I probably have to do is just remind everybody we all know each other, we chat with each other all the time in different streams, and so, you know, if you bump someone off, wait up. I'm doubting anyone is gonna have done it on purpose, so just wait up. Points or whatever, you know. Or even if you don't, you know, even if it's, you don't bump someone completely off, but it's, you know, it's a push to pass, you know, wait up for that as well. Is that right, LG? Well, the trouble is, we're not going to be able to see everything that happens, right? I mean, when it's Group A going, I'm going to be in it, so you're going to see my vantage point. When it's Group B, we'll be spectating the races and watching everybody. We may or may not see incidents. We are catching Yost a little bit. I doubt it's going to be enough in just a few minutes more of racing here. Hey, Radion, how you doing, bud? Really good to see you. Saw your time for Monza. Very nice, dude. A 60 plus 4. Very cool. Well, the tires on the left side are wearing very evenly for this one. Excellent, Evo. Tuned excellent. Yeah, I want everybody. Anyone who wants to stream the event, please do. You know, that's something that we should do. Is on the leaderboard when we're talking about you all, is to show you on there and anyone who's streaming to have that on there. I need to talk to my son about that. This might feel, at this point, this might feel worse than the Viper. Adopt a geek. I don't know, I'll probably be calling him and have him do stuff from over at school too. He'll have some free time, right? Yeah, so Peugeot, I don't know, might be worse on tires, because the rear now is actually a little bit worse than the front. Oh, man, which is going to make this exit really sketch. Indeed, Ace, indeed. The Brady Bunch intro boxes? That's hilarious. It'd be like NFL Red Zone. Yeah, good, Ryan. Excellent. That's what this is all about. This is a tire saving race through and through. Okay, I'll grab the GT next. Haven't used that in a while. Let's see. Oops. It didn't enter in. All right, everybody who's in that's ready to get ready for the next race, please hit enter so you don't miss it. You see that everything's on a timer, so it's going to automatically start the qualifier in less than 4 minutes. How do you change cars? So you go to settings, and in settings you can change car, and that's also where you change tires. Just like that. So I'll be streaming, this is going to be my last race, but I'm going to leave this lobby up till about midnight. Because while you guys are still practicing, I'm going to be editing the lap guide video. All good, Yost? All good? Okay, yep, it should still be going. Welcome into Drones and Portal. Appreciate you guys coming in. Interesting, this car. Very interesting. Does sort of dive in pretty nicely. Oh, very good. That's smart. Hey, any way to get an edge, I say go for it. Still not sure how to get the most out of this car yet. Oh, thank you there, Rowicki. Appreciate that, man. Been trying the tire techniques from those 2 videos, and it's working so far. That's so cool. Well, this is one of those races where you wanna implement those techniques. He was just a moment. He just popped in to say hi and say congrats. In the GT7 chat though, not YouTube chat. That was pretty nice. That wasn't very great. Doesn't like that bump too much. Well, that was slower. He was faster. Okay. Hey, Neon, good to see you, man. Well, it was about 2/10 slower than what I put up with the Viper. Well, let's see how it handles on the tires. That's going to be... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say, but I'm sorry. All right, this is the last race for me. But I am gonna, after this is still on auto, so it's gonna keep going until I tell it to stop. So no worries there. Even when you see me sign off tonight, this lobby is still going till about midnight tonight, okay? So lots of time for everyone to hop in still. If you got work tomorrow, doesn't matter. Don't worry about work. Just money. Big deal. Going to call it good night? Okay, BL. Good night. We shall see you later. Again, I'll be back on live Thursday. Bummer, that glitch is happening where it doesn't show my livery. Ace is in the new Ferrari this time. Oh, sorry, guys. Correct screen incoming. Yeah, it really doesn't like that bump. I think, like, I go over that on the BMW and it's like, sure, no problem. But this car... not so much. I finally got that corner where that felt pretty good. Oh, crud. Didn't get it right that time. So far, nobody's tried the BRZ. Hey, you really punch it out of that corner, even with the weight not quite transferred as well as it could be, and back end comes out just enough. Ooh, it's a miss. But LG, I mean, this is a very small sample size of the two grids, so someone might go for it. I didn't want to get that orange sausage, that bulbous thing. Yeah, curbs are a no-no for this thing. It does not like them whatsoever. May God have mercy on their souls. Oh no, Portal. Appreciate you, bud. Oh, I took that bad looking at what was going on behind me. I was just being fancy, you know? .360 no scope, baby. I got moves. Ooh, that allowed Steven Sills to catch up. Yeah, it's getting pretty sketch with the tires bad, that's for sure. Hence the spin earlier. Oh, yes. This feels considerably worse than other cars at this stage, I will say that. Okay, Portal. Excuse me. Well, I would say the tires ended up a little bit better than the other cars I've tried tonight. But I will also say this car becomes considerably more difficult to handle after the tires get below 50%. I'll appreciate that, NTAC. Thank you, man. That means a lot. Did you come in and say that, bud? Appreciate you. Oh, did we lose Yost? Or maybe he wasn't part of it? Yep, I saw you come in there, Ghost. Nice win there, Ace. Once again, Ace dominating so far, whichever car he decides to choose. Yep. Yep. It's a tire saving race, drones. Tire saving. If you're not gonna be able to tire save, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt bad. Alright. Well, that's gonna do it for me. This lobby stays open. It is on autopilot. It is doing its thing. So forth and so on. I need to stop and create the video for the lap guides for race B and C now. But you guys continue to have the fun without me. Get in there and get that practice in. Test the cars. See what you want to run with for the actual round 1 in a couple weeks. You got it, guys. Appreciate you all. So I'll be back on. I'll probably still be opening lobbies here or there, and I'll let you guys know when that happens in the Discord. I won't be streaming it, but I'll probably be opening it from time to time, and hopefully maybe also be able to practice with you a little bit in that regard. And then the next actual stream will be Thursday, is the plan there. Okay, my people? Okay, good stuff. If you did miss the lap guides for B and C, that's going to come out here in a couple of just some hours. Tomorrow morning is when that's going to release. And yeah, that's what's going on. Thank you for the support today and the all the gifting, all the good stuff. And yeah, we'll see you in a few days. I love you all like crazy. There's not a thing you can do to change my mind. See you all real soon. Bye.